Alrighty, peoples. We're back after kind of an extended break with the Pokemon Ultramoon Scanlock. And I, for one, am kind of frickin' nervous. Oh, by the way, I've decided to put on the regular game sounds right now because, well, I figured forcing myself to play at normal speed when speed up would cause this. Might help me avoid some mistakes. Be sure to let me know if the sound from the game is too quiet or too loud. A couple of things that happened off stream. I did a little bit of farming that was definitely completely legitimate farming. So I was able to get a hold of just a passing number of heart scales. And a reasonable number of iron balls in case I want to use Fling at any point in this process. I don't think I will, it's not in my current plans, but it was about the only resource that I felt could use some farming. You can thief them off of Wild Mawile in 10 Carat Hill, and it's not like I have anything else to do with Grail here. Oh, the fact that we can't make better use of the fact that we can't make better use of this thing still bothers me. However, I think it's time to introduce y'all to what is probably our team, to what I plan for our team for the Elite Four. Now, there are a few obvious choices, a few Pokemon that have been staples on the team pretty much the entire run because they are just extremely solid Pokemon who do what they do well and who provide useful types and resistances and immunities. Basically, Melemele, D, and Electo all sticking around. All of these guys are going into the Elite Four with us. And in the case of D and Electo, they were pretty much essential. There are a couple of other... Oh, welcome to the stream, Lastborn. Thank you for the hydrate. I was just running through who is definitely joining us for the Elite... Who's joining us for the Elite Four attempts? We've got Melemele, D, and Electo and D. All three of these provide very important benefits for the Elite Four. And there's one more Pokemon that I consider basically essential. And I'm actually kind of mad that I have to bring this one along. But she insisted on being absolutely critical into so much of the Elite Four. Welcome to the team, Latenna. That's right. Our physical attacking minus attack nature Greninja is coming with us, because she provides a few key benefits that I just couldn't manage to find on any other Pokemon. And on top of that, after a great deal of deliberation, I have settled on Bach for one particular thing during the championship match mainly, along with a little bit of pivoting into ground-type moves that litter the Elite Four. And Hugh, because we pretty much had to have a ground type for a couple of important battles. A couple of important interactions basically require that we have a ground type, and yeah, I think this is the team. So the start of the stream here will be us going around getting things ready for the Elite Four. For example, Latenna needs the move reminder. I apologize, I briefly forgot that I really can't use hang on. I think I may have forgotten to actually upload some of the changes. I mean, if I really wanted to, I could just grind for extra Rotom Pokédex friendship. You know, grind for it. Yeah, if I just went ahead and maximized affection, I could use Z-moves twice in one battle. Nothing broken about that, surely. There we go. Latenna is now fully invested in physical attack because we need her dark type coverage. That's kind of the big thing here. And Spikes is the other key move that made me realize I basically had to have Latenna here. We're actually going to go ahead and drop Water Shuriken because there isn't anything that can outspeed, that will be able to outspeed Latenna in the Elite Four. Once she's at the relevant level. We actually kind of have to try and get a couple of levels onto her in the Elite Four so that she'll be fast enough to outspeed House Noivern. Now Hugh, we want an extra move on. Counter. I keep forgetting I can't use speed up this time around. At the moment, I'm kind of just going down the list, making sure that everyone has the moves that they're going to want. For example, even though he's not very invested in... He's not invested at all in physical attack, I am going to wind up tacking a couple of physical moves onto Bach. just because I think they might turn out to be relevant. And he doesn't really have much in the way of he doesn't have much in the way of special coverage, which is part of why I hesitated to bring him. But he was pretty much the best counter I could find for one particular opponent. However, I decided that it wasn't worth fully investing him in physical attack. And as for Millennia, in the end, I just felt like I really couldn't justify not having such an incredible bulky pivot. However, she will have a bit of a case of 4 move slot syndrome because there are a few moves that she can't relearn partway through. So we'll have to look into that in a minute, but first we're gonna go grab a few things. Okay, City Hall. I need to remember how this is done because there is a particular item that I want to go ahead and pick up. Okay, it should just be in City Hall. I kind of regret having the sound off the entire game, but at the same time, some of this is just so... Some of the stuff you do in these games is just so tedious. Hang on. What? Graphics, blah, 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 trainers... He has a level 14 Dunsparce. Okay, we can definitely deal with that. Also, we might have to do this battle in order to get the item that we're here for. However, we are just going to keep this nice and simple. Just Night Slash it to death. Okay, now to button mash through some text. Don't need a nugget. Come on. Okay, where's the deli bird? Maybe I have to talk to the lady at the front desk. There we go. Okay, we got our shell bell, which might come up during one of the battles. That's about it, but I wanted to play it safe. With that said, I don't know if there's too much else we need to collect. We're just gonna run around and get some extra moves. Okay, we'll start by putting some moves onto the Pokemon that are going to use them. For example, we're going to want U-turn on Latenna. That's probably... Oh, I just realized we have a bit of a 4-move slot situation with Latenna that I wasn't counting on. Which means that we can... might have a bit of trouble fitting all of the moves that I wanted on her. We might actually wind up dropping U-turn for taunt for one of the battles. Electo is going to want Flame Charge to be able to boost her speed. And Calm Mind. Luckily, most of Electo's moveset, in fact, all of her moveset is TM based, meaning she can get around some of the issues that might come up. Bach needs Focus Blast. Except I might at some point wind up replacing that with Low Kick. In case y'all can't tell, I'm a little bit tense over the upcoming challenge because, well, if we die in the Elite Four here, we're not doing the run again. Let's actually go ahead and put low kick on Bach. For now, so I probably shouldn't have wasted time putting Focus Blast on for the moment. Sadly, I don't think I can fit low kick onto Latenna. That's probably the big limitation here with having Latenna be on the team, is she really can't afford much variability in her moveset. I want to double check something. There's a bug in here. Oh, wrong version. Also, I didn't realize we had access to defog this entire time. I kind of forgot it was with this move tutor. For some reason, I thought it was with the move tutors at the battle tree. I don't remember if it would have actually done anything, but... Alright, now this is an important one. We need D to learn Magnet Rise. See, there are a few moves here that we could try to use. For example, we could put Aqua Tail on Swampert, but with only 90% accuracy, I'm not sure I want it over Scald, even with Scald coming off of a weaker special attack stat. I wonder if that's worth it. And I'm very tempted with Pain Split. Oh, Melania can't learn Pain Split? Well, never mind. I'm not very tempted with Pain Split. Okay, I think we've got the moves that we need. So there is a chance that I go ahead and drop U-turn in Latenna's case. So I think I've got alternate ways with that. I think I have ways to avoid needing to use that. I mean, it's for specific battles, so there is a chance that I don't need it at all. Electo's moveset is entirely based on TMs, so I don't need to worry about that. D is going to evolve here in a bit. He only has one variable moveset. The other three need to stay at least until the start. Technically, partway in, I could swap off of Magnet Rise, because I need it for one particular fight, but there is another fight that I'd kind of like to have it around for. Hugh has Stealth Rock, Counter, and Earthquake. Those are the important ones. The last moveset is variable. And Bach. See, this is a tricky call because I could potentially swap something else in to Bach's moveset as well in place of Leaf Storm. Do I want Bach to be fully physical? No, I don't. Oh. I'm going to double check the moveset for Bach one last time. See if there's anything else that I want to slip in there. You know what? Actually, yes, I think there is one thing that I'd kind of like to slip into Box moveset. It might not come up, but I don't really anticipate going for Leaf Storm. It's kind of a desperation play. I could see Endeavor being very useful. I think that's it. I think all that's left is to level them up. And to edge them close to the level cap. Oh, thank you for the hydrate, Lastborn. And D, we're finally letting you evolve. Introducing D's final form. D's no, I'm not gonna make that joke. Evolved from 2 gears to 3 gears, and now 4 gears with some sort of spike belt attached. Magnetic Flux. I don't actually remember what that one does. Oh, right. Yeah, we don't need that. I am going to double check. It is 57 for the level cap, right? Yep. So across the board, the Elite Four has their highest level Pokemon at 57. Melania, what moves are you carrying again? I'm trying to decide if I want to swap Shadow Sneak or Destiny Bond out for Iron Head. Thing is, there aren't that many great targets for Shadow Sneak, and I don't know if we'll even get the chance to use Destiny Bond. I just don't feel like Shadow Sneak is all that necessary. Now, the other thing that we'll need to do is manually edge all of our Pokemon toward the level cap. I could technically do it in... I could technically do it externally, but... Oh, this is not what I meant to do. Technically, we could set up Lieutenant or Melemele with a double dance set. But I don't think we will. This leaves us enough flexibility that we can swap Shadow Claw in if we want to, but I think Steel and Fighting coverage is going to be more broadly applicable. Now I'm going to save and make sure that I have properly retrained all of our Pokemon here. Yeah, they're all good. Okay, let's go and do our level grind. Now the question is where to do it. Where can we gain some levels fast without having to worry about anyone getting killed? I think outside of Po Town might be decent. Oh, you know what? There is one thing that I could... Do I want to do that? There's one last place where I've never gone back and gotten the special trainer from. I just have to navigate to it. Yeah, I never did go back to Ula Ula Meadow. It's a flame orb. Do I have any use for a flame orb? I don't have Trick on any of my Pokemon. I suppose I could technically put Fling on one of my Pokemon to use it for a guaranteed burn, but I don't know. Is anyone on my team able to learn Fling that would actually benefit from it? A few of them can learn Fling, weirdly enough. You know what? I think it's sufficiently worthwhile that I should go ahead and do it. So actually, let's head down here. We're just gonna knock out the opponents on this route. And some of them should be pretty straightforward. I am going to switch up my team, though. At least parts of my team. Where'd you go? Ah, Roserade, there you are. We'll bring you on. We'll bring you on. We'll bring you on. That should be good enough for now. Okay, that's the office worker that we wanted to fight first. Yeah, Torkoal has drought. That's fine. We've got a 20 level advantage, so I'm not quite as worried as I could be. And Dialos. Does this thing not have grass coverage? I didn't actually check. I just knew that it couldn't carry anything that would be especially threatening to Dialos. Maybe acrobatics, but even then, 20 level advantage. And I'm risking a Pokemon that I'm not going to be taking into the Elite Four. One thing that I looked into potentially doing was, funnily enough, battling a bunch in the Battle Royale Dome to try and get enough points for an ability capsule, but I decided that it wasn't really all that realistic, because the Battle Royale Dome is pretty deadly, and I would kind of have to count those deaths. So, because it's a resource that I can't get in a safe way. Yeah, so the Dancer just has a Floette. And I'm leading my poison type. Yeah, so while I could try and get the 100 points by going into it and just risking Pokemon that I'm not going to use in the Elite Four, in the grand scheme of things, I'm not even sure I would have been able to. Just to minimize risk, I'd want to go into just the normal cup, and that's 2 points at a time. It's unlikely that it would have worked out. Sorry, I keep forgetting. This is not... It's not silenced. I can't just use speed up whenever I want, and that's for a good reason. Hello there. Also, I don't remember if I said welcome to the stream, B, but welcome. Edgar here was a pretty strong contender for the team. Because it would be really nice to have a fighting type, but the main problem that having a fighting type would have potentially helped with is How's Tauros, and Edgar can't outspeed that thing. Which means I would have had to use a Shuka Berry and hope he didn't go for Zen Headbutt instead of Earthquake, and it's just a whole thing. I eventually decided that I would have an easier time using a Z Focus Blast from Bach. Alright, is that all of the trainers around here? Actor Meredith. I gotta stop doing the speed up, sorry. I keep forgetting that it is just rip your ears. The button. I almost went to press it again. I don't know what's wrong with me. Well, I do, but we won't get into that right now because that's a bit too expansive of a topic. Also, I retrained D to prioritize HP and attack, as it'll actually be an offensive Pokemon rather than a defensive one. Am I just missing Actor Meredith, or is that someone that I've already dealt with? Or maybe someone who doesn't spawn until the post-game. Alright, let's see here. Who is going to be well suited to dealing with this team? So the Alakazam isn't an issue because it only has psychic moves, which means I can just kind of bring in my dark types to deal with it. And even Gardevoir with Shadow Ball should be fine. She has Trace. Radagon was another top contender, but even fully invested, he couldn't actually outspeed Tauros, and he couldn't take an Earthquake even with help. Okay. Let's see now. I want Psychic and Shadow Ball. I'm taking this guy vaguely seriously because he is one of the challenge trainers, which means he probably packs a punch. But I'm hoping that a 20 level difference will seriously trivialize that. And actually, let's put a Colberberry back on. Hyeta. I'm handing out all of those iron balls because if that, if the Alakazam decides to go nuts spamming Trick, it'll just be stuck running around at half speed while one of my Pokemon carries around well, one of my Pokemon doesn't have to worry about it, basically. Not yet, sorry, I forgot to put my team in order. Okay, Alex has Ferium Z. Okay, I should be ready. If nothing else, he only has 2 Pokemon, which leaves me pretty massively over-prepared for it. I'll protect against the Fake Out. And I think he has Facade. I'm guessing, anyway. Oh no, just knock off an Arm Thrust. Yeah, so this thing really can't threaten a Azumarill. And we should be able to one-shot with a Fairy-type Z move. Goodbye, Hariyama. Alex here was one of the top reasons that I was considering trying for an ability capsule, because swapping to huge power would just be so very nice. Anyway. Selen, you want to go ahead and donate your Iron Ball to this guy? See, I thought this out pretty well. He's going to get the Iron Ball, which makes him go slower, and we're going to get Magic Guard, which means we don't care about being burned. Also, we might get an extra Flame Orb. I'm not really sure how that works. I think we give items back at the end of this because it's a trainer battle, so I think Selen will be back to having an Iron Ball, but we'll double check. Who knows? Okay, let's put our team back together now. It's these 6. Alright, we're going to try to make sure we've got all of the items and moves and such that we want on them. So, we're actually going to duck into the PC here and take items off of everyone. That way we don't accidentally leave any important items like that leftovers in the PC. That should be it. Okay. Sorry, I'm just double checking some stuff for the first battle that we're gonna do in there. Alright, anyway. Let's go take care of our quick little grind session. Hopefully quick little grind session. I actually want to check somewhere else that might be slightly better. Yeah, the Pokemon in Pony Wilds are low enough level that we shouldn't have any trouble grinding against them. That'll make things slightly faster. Alright, who is closest to the next level up? None of these Pokemon are that good into the Pokemon that we're going to encounter in Pony Wilds. Melemele is closest, so we want to lead with the Pokemon that are farthest. We will need to monitor the experience on all of them pretty closely. Yeah, this is gonna take a minute. Obviously, I could do some of my training in Mount Lanakila, where the wild Pokemon are higher level, but that would involve Oh, whatchamacallit. Yeah, this guy isn't even worth the XP. There's a chance that thing had superpower, and if it got a crit superpower on Latenna, that would have been really bad, so let's just not bother with it, really. Yeah, if we trained in Mount Lanakila, it would probably go faster, but those Pokemon are at a level where they can genuinely threaten us. I don't really want to have to fight them. One interesting thing is that even though D is a setup sweeper for us now, with Shift Gear being a powerful setup move, he's not actually invested in speed at all, because I don't really anticipate him outspeeding anything without a Shift Gear boost, and with a Shift Gear boost, he outspeeds everything uninvested. Because it's double speed, and he's already at a respectable speed tier. Surprisingly enough. Okay, we're gonna watch his XP pretty closely this battle. Okay, we can definitely afford for one more of those. And now we're going to go ahead and put D into the box for a minute. We're actually going to store these guys separately for the moment, just to make it easy enough to keep track of them. And let's see, who is closest to leveling up now? 4,700, 5,600, 5,300, 4,600, 4,300. And I am sorry for the long setup, but I am going to continue being a bit extra cautious. Because we get one shot at this. You only got one shot to not miss your chance to blow, because opportunity comes once in a lifetime. And by that I mean if I lose this Nuzlocke, I'm not trying it again. I hope so, Lastborn. I really hope so. With the amount of planning I've put into this, I would very much like to actually succeed. Also, I think there's a chance these guys have counter, so I'm gonna go for Icy Wind turn 1 instead of Earthquake, which could just bring them down to Sturdy. I will say, I genuinely enjoy playing with the music on. Like, that's the one downside to playing with speed up mode available, is you kind of just have to leave music off, and Pokemon games do tend to have a pretty solid soundtrack. And I really don't know the soundtrack of really any of the recent Pokemon games. Also, we can definitely afford one more of those. That's about it. You know, this guy has Mean Look and Confuse Ray and could become a problem. We're not going to bother with him. We're going to be facing one of these guys in the Elite Four. Except it's going to be a whole lot scarier than this one, and is one of the main Pokemon that I had to plan around how we would outspeed. Yeah, Doug Trio do be slaying. Okay, some of the ones in the back might all be getting close. Yeah, I've got a little cheat sheet next to me where I went ahead and calced out the exact speed stat of some of the faster Pokemon in the Elite Four, so I can know for sure when we're going to outspeed them and when we're not. Some of the slower Pokemon are just going to underspeed basically anything on our team except Melemele, but some of the faster ones we gotta be careful with. And that sturdy ability right there is why I'm not starting off with physical moves against these guys. Because when I'm not catching one of these guys, they've got roughly a 90% chance to have sturdy. And I know it seems close, but we can definitely afford one more of those, because we were over 3,000 XP away, and those aren't giving 1,000 XP. I think we're around 1,300 XP away right now. We're actually going to not kill the Carbink, though, because I'm a little suspect of it. I never paid attention to how much XP it gives, and I don't want to overlevel here, as wild as that is. Same thing here. We're gonna hold out for the Boldore. I'm sorry, I'm just going to go ahead and mute it so that we can pick up the pace here a bit. Since the game is just trolling us. Boldor is the most common encounter here, by the way. There we go. Four, 27, 18. I think we'll go to Executor Island. Should be some easy pickings for a fire type here. Not this, though. That thing is part dragon type and does hit fairly hard. Really? Come on, I know there's more than just that here. There we go. That's a target for Electo. Hang on. So, got about 800 points on Electo, 500 on Bach, 900 on Hugh, 1,000 on D, and that's it. Yeah, I want speed up. It's going to take a minute to actually get all of the... to actually encounter the Pokemon that I can actually farm with Melemele. Ooh, that one was close. I was risking it a bit there. And now, rather than going back to the PC, we are just going to go into the inventory and turn off XP share for a minute. And how close is Melemele? Or how close is Latena? 1400. Now, Latena is pretty much going to be exclusively on a diet of Inkay, because U-turn is an easy one-shot, and they won't make her go over the level cap. Yep, we can afford one more Inkay. And this is why I'm on speed up again. Because when you're trying to get one particular Pokemon, wild Pokemon to show up so that you can farm it, it really helps to be on speed up. Okay. And we're going to do a bit more, but this time around, we're going to be training in a low-level area to just try and edge everyone close. So Melemele is the closest. Yeah, we've got a few that are only a few hundred off. So we definitely want to choose a fairly low-level area for the first part. Because again, I am trying to get very close. For a couple of my calcs, we actually need a couple of our Pokemon to gain more than one level during the Elite Four. Oh, let's see. Late Akala should do the trick. Oh, heck. I forgot to turn XP share back on. My bad. So I'm going to double check what I think is true. I think XP share means that everyone who wasn't in the battle gains half XP. Yeah. Okay, that might be it for Millennia. We might want to take her out of the party again. She's at 100 off. One more battle. Okay, Millennia's less than 100 away. See, I like the introduction of experience candy in later games for this purpose of pushing everyone close to the level cap. Okay, Latenna is 286 off. That's probably it for Latenna. Nope, a bit more. That's it for Latenna. Yep. Less than 100. In case it wasn't obvious, 100 points is the benchmark that I'm gunning for here. I'm not actually going to try and get anyone to being like a point away, because that's just more trouble than it's worth. With that said, I think a couple others might have just passed. Yep, there we go, Bach has passed the benchmark. And now D should be as well. These two are both fairly close. XP share off for what is probably the last battle. Different last battle. All right. Music is back. Sorry about the silence. I didn't want to take the time to crack out the music playlists for just this. They are all within 100 XP of leveling up. We're going to put the XP share back on for the Elite Four. So they should all be gaining experience throughout the battles, which will hopefully net them all an extra level on top of the one that they'll definitely get from whatever the first Pokemon to go down is. Oh, welcome to the stream, Rafkin. Well, I hope you can help us cheese the Elite Four, then. No, unfortunately, I don't think we have a way to cheese them. I think we have to just fight them legitimately. Why the heck is there a little side path there that leads to nowhere? Why? Gonna drop a save here. If we get like a random spontaneous battle right outside the Elite Four, I am just going to reload the save. There shouldn't be, but okay, final check. Moves, good. 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 Should be good. Should be good. Alright, let's work out our items for the first one. The music should be on. Can y'all not hear it? Okay, as long as that's all it is. Getting everything ready. Give me a sec. Pokemon League. So our first target is Olivia. Middle left path, that's what I thought. Now... we have a wide lens. Was that something we were able to get? Let's put that on Electo. Also, can Electo learn Energy Ball? I want to double check this. Electo can learn Energy Ball. Electo's moveset is probably one that will change more than most between battles, just because, well, some battles I don't expect her to show up at all, and some battles I will be using her primarily. Now, where's that rock resist berry? Okay, you know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna drop a save state out here. And save after each match. The saving after each match is in case it crashes. The save state is that if I lose, due to, like, insane luck, I might want to try and do it again. Who knows? Okay, this should be Olivia. I'm leading D. D is carrying leftovers. Most of the others have citrus berries. Millennia has a Violite. Should be good. And I am going to double check that I put Protect on D, because I would like to maximize Leftovers recovery, if at all possible. Let's do it. So the plan here is pretty straightforward for this one. Olivia can't really threaten D much at all with her lead Pokemon, as we resist all of its moves, and... oh, wait, hold up. Sorry. I forgot one small detail. Don't mind me, that never happened. It was before the first move. Okay, let's try this again. I forgot to turn on XP share. Because at this point we have no more level caps to worry about. Which means we want to get all the experience we can to get levels on our Pokemon. That was a crit, right? Yeah, it was. Okay, if it was doing that much resisted without a crit, I would really start to worry here. We're going for the double shift gear because I want double attack, not just 1.5 times. And because the odds of her getting 2 crits in a row were pretty dang low. Alright. Now, what happens next depends pretty heavily on what she brings in. Unfortunately, I think the odds are pretty high that she'll bring in her Probopass. And that's why we edged them all close to the level cap. Okay, so she brought in Probopass, which means we won't actually be able to stay in. Because this thing has Thunder Wave, and I wanted leftovers, which means I really couldn't afford to keep a Cherry Berry on D to protect from paralysis. And besides, I'm not even sure that at +2 D breaks through this thing with Gear Grind. It might not be a one-hit. Which means our best bet here is to go into Hugh, who isn't really threatened at all by anything this guy does. Now, I want to double check if there's any reason for me to set up rocks. Now, Gigalith has Sand Stream, but not... Gigalith has Sand Stream, not Sturdy. So, all we want to do here is click Earthquake, hopefully waste her... Well, this should hopefully give us a good view of whether she has items. I think she does. And we don't really have anything to worry about with that. Also, I know exactly who's coming in. Okay, so they do carry items. That's an important thing to be aware of. I thought that was the case, but it's not really documented anywhere, which is just, you know, fantastic. So this should now bring in Cradilly, yeah. Because it's a grass type, it has Energy Ball. Which means obviously we don't want to stay in. And our best bet is probably just to bring in D. Okay, good. No special defense draw. That was kind of the one thing I was worried about. And from here, it should be a pretty straightforward sweep, I believe. She will start going for Rock Tomb. Luckily, we've got a speed boosting move. And if I'm not mistaken, she should be kind of locked into... She should kind of hard focus on Rock Tomb, because I'm boosting my speed. We'll go for the double shift gear again. The main reason for that is that one of the Pokemon in the back is naturally bulky and one of the Pokemon in the back is trained for defense and has counter. Yeah, I want to save the remaining protects for the remaining Pokemon. Also, we don't have perfect accuracy on Gear Grind, which is sad, but we're still at +2 speed, right? I believe. Yep. That's more than enough. I think we might outspeed everything else on the team, even without speed boosts. We were mainly shift gearing for the attack buffs. She sends in Gigalith because it knows Bulldoze. So we're going to go ahead and use Magnet Rise here, because that will make us immune to Bulldoze. And that gives us insurance in case we miss a Gear Grind. I think at double attack, Gear Grind should one-shot these guys. I am fully invested in attack at this point, but, you know, who knows? Oh, just barely. Okay. We are going to play it safe this first turn and go for Protect in case she goes for her Z move. That'll make it do next to nothing. Nope, she went for Crunch. And that makes the most sense. We are going to risk one extra shift here, because I don't want there to be any chance that we leave this thing alive. In case it just decides to randomly go for counter. Alright, D. She's not carrying a ground move, is she? No. Crunch, Stone Edge, Counter, Rock Climb. I am looking at Ultra Sun, Ultra Moon, the initial battle. So I don't think we needed the extra Gear Grind based on that damage, but yeah. Alright, now the question becomes, who do we want to go after next? It's a bit of a tricky call, because all of the remaining ones have a little bit more opportunity for things to go wrong. To me, the natural choice is probably Kahili, because we should be able to do a pretty similar thing. But I want to check something real quick. What's Electo's speed stat now? $130. This is an important thing for us to keep track of for the remainder of this. Specifically, what Electo's speed will be at +1. Because she has Flame Charge to get a speed buff. And I think we might put the Shell Bell onto Hugh. Okay, hang on a sec. You know what? Actually, I think the right call is to go after Kahili next. Molane's just got a little bit too much variability. Which means... Oh, what are the... Let's check their movesets. Hugh should be fine with that moveset. Unless we can afford Reflect. I don't recall if Hugh actually learns Reflect, though. We should double check. And this is the match where we might wind up wanting Melania to have Iron Head. I wonder, can Melania learn Will-O-Wisp? She's a ghost type, and a lot of ghost types can. It's just a pity that they changed up Kahili's fight between the two games, because the other Kahili has a Skarmory that would have just been absolute setup fodder for Electo. I don't think Electo can learn Shockwave or Thunderbolt or anything. One sec. Okay. Cannot learn Will-O-Wisp. Do we have Reflect? Ooh. Melania can learn Reflect. To me, this move makes sense. Yeah, we're giving up Destiny Bond. Or should we give up Swords Dance? See, now that's a tricky call, because without Sneak Strike, or whatever it's called, we can't really outspeed anything. You know what? Yeah, I don't think we really have a reason to keep Swords Dance around. I think it's less valuable. The main reason for Swords Dance was in case we wound up in a bad spot against Olivia, but there's nothing else really that we could set up on and actually take out more than one Pokemon. Okay, so let's see. D will obviously want to restore D's PP. And we'll want to teach him Wild Charge. And luckily, there is very little ground coverage in the remainder of the Elite Four, with the exception of the only Pokemon with ground coverage that we might have considered trying to deal with using D is How's Tauros. Oh, is that worth keeping it around for? Because we would have to drop Protect and the extra leftovers recovery from it. See what I mean? We're playing with limited resources. If we keep D alive, Tauros could actually wind up as setup fodder for him if he can survive a single hit, which could be achieved with a Shuka Berry. The thing is, we need Wild Charge on it. Really? Where's that stupid bug? You know what? We have a completely separate strategy that should guarantee the kill on Tauros. I think this is the play. Because I want that extra I want that extra recovery from spamming protect. Now we want a Colbur Berry for one potential fight. And where is Psychic? Everything on Kahili's team is hit neutral by fire except Oricorio. If it comes to facing Oricorio, we're probably gonna need to do that with Hugh. I mean, we could hypothetically do it, it's just I kind of want Flamethrower on Electo in case. Well, there's only one normal type, but it is one that Electo might wind up coming in on. Yeah, I still think it's the right call to have Flamethrower. There's Ice Beam. Wrong way. You know what? And I realize that is a fully physically invested Greninja, but actually Ice Beam is still stronger than Ice Punch would have been because of that minus attack nature. Okay, let's see here. Wild Charge, Protect. Need to keep Gear Grind around, and obviously Shift Gears for setup. Does she have a defogger? The thing is, we need to get pretty dang set up if we want to one-shot the Mandibuzz in the back. And we need to try and kill what we can with Gear Grind. To save our HP. We got Reflect for helping get that setup going. We got ICMZ Ice Beam. We have Koba Berry, and we'll probably go ahead and replace Low Kick with Rock Slide. I think that makes sense. We've got Psychic for potentially dealing with Hawlucha. More importantly, Will-O-Wisp. I guess I could actually go ahead and replace Calm Mind. If I'm not going for the double setup, then Shadow Ball makes sense. It's not perfect. This team is pretty far from perfect. I'm just hoping that it has what it takes to get through this. So, with that in mind, Kahili is the far right room, correct? Rightmost path. Oh, I should also fully heal up I should fully heal up D. The nice thing is, once we get a single Shift Gear set up against her lead Pokemon, she should be locked into a bit of a loop of just setting up with that one Pokemon. One last thing I want to think about. You know what? Toxic. wrong one. Oh, as much as I'm not huge on the idea of dropping Destiny Bond, because it could seriously come in handy at some point down the line, I think it's worth it. Because Toxic could let us break through the 2 cannon if we get into a difficult situation. Leading with our Stealth Rocker, let's double check items, leftovers, Icium, Koba, Kolber. Yeah. Should be good. Ah yes, the Golfer is the master of flying type Pokemon. So there's a pretty obvious reason that we're leading with Hugh, and that's because we want Stealth Rocks up. Hugh should pretty reliably be able to take this. Dang it, more than half. I was hoping to keep our Citrus Berry online for later if we needed it. But we got rocks up. We'll switch into Millennia. Millennia takes that no problem. Now we go for Reflect. And swap to D. The big challenge with Millennia is just that she has to be carrying a Violite, which means she can't really benefit from leftovers or anything. Okay, that's 2 turns of Reflect. Three turns of Reflect. Four turns of Reflect. Wait, did I say 4 twice? Well, we'll see. If Reflect wears off at the end of this turn, then that's an issue. If it doesn't, then we're fine. Now, I am going to scout. I think she should start trying to spam Scary Face now to get the speed advantage back. Okay. So she should kind of be stuck in a loop with that now. Which means, hopefully, we'll be able to finish this off at full health and with however many speed boosts we really want. Of course, not always that reliable. Yes. So, we'll want to start being offensive once we only have 4 protects left. Because 4 protects is enough for us to protect once against each of the remaining Pokemon. Of course, she seems to be a little bit inconsistent with her move selection. Okay, she seems to be favoring Brave Bird right now. I don't want to risk it. We're gonna go for a gear grind and just knock this thing out. Yes, we hit. That is kind of the risky part of this strategy, is that we have a chance to miss gear grinds, and we want to go for gear grinds. Because gear grind means that we don't take wild charge recoil. It's a tricky balance to... manage. Okay, so Hawlucha shouldn't be especially dangerous, but it does hit pretty hard, which means we probably want to wild charge it. I think the odds are we'll take less damage from wild charge than we will from getting hit by it. That's the unfortunate thing here, is we kind of have to go for wild charges against a few of these, even though we'll take a bunch of recoil, because we can't really afford to not... We can't really afford to miss the... Oh, whatchamacallit. We can't afford to miss the gear grind. Punishment attack is buffed by all of the boosts we have. So if you take a look, we are at +6 speed and +4 attack. How did I get Pokerus again? How does this keep happening at the most random times? And it's not even helpful this time around. Anyway, this thing has punishment. And punishment, let me tell you about this move real quick, because it's the reason we can't use, we cannot afford to use gear grind on this thing, even though it can't hit us for much damage with its other moves, because punishment gains 20 power for every stat boost I've got. I've got 10 of them. It's been cranked up to a 200 base power move. It starts at 60, but caps at 200. Anyway, time to wild charge, folks. And that's part of the reason as well that we went for Stealth Rocks, even though with enough boosts, which we were easily able to get, we can one-shot pretty much anything on her team. Stealth Rock actually cuts into the number of... Okay, here's the awkward thing. I thought that she would send out Oricorio first, but clearly she doesn't realize that her Oricorio's Revelation Dance is a fire-type move. Otherwise, it honestly should have been the first one in. Except maybe Punishment on Mandibuzz. But anyway, if Oricorio goes for a Flynium Z move this time around, it is going to go for Beak Blast the next time, and that means if we Wild Charge into Beak Blast, we're going to take a burn. And I don't really want to use Gear Grind. Well, let's see. Does Gear Grind make contact? I want to double check this. Physical contact, yes. I think our smart move here is just to go for Wild Charge and get the one-shot without the Protect recovery, because we would lose points from taking the Z move anyway. It's not ideal, but we should still have plenty of health to deal with the Oricorio in the back. Especially since I have a feeling she doesn't realize Revelation Dance is a Fire-type move, and she might just go for Air Slash. Nope, she realizes it all of a sudden. But we should have more than enough health to finish this off with... Oh yeah, we're above half. There's no way that this thing has twice the hit points we do. Wild Charge does 1/4 recoil. So at least there's that mitigating factor. Oh, yes. Okay, that's another of the Elite Four down. We are officially at halftime, folks. Alright, so the question now is, should I test out my complete lack of calculations against Acerola? Or should I try my hand against the speed of Dugtrio? Either one of these is risky. Like, they are both pretty risky strats. With that in mind... let's go ahead. Move around items. Get everyone healed up as well. Oh my gosh, that wasn't even to full. Where are my orange berries? So those first two matches were fairly straightforward because we were able to get proper setup going. The next couple, I'm not sure if we'll be able to get proper setup going. That's kind of the trick here. Okay, first things first, we are going to get our setup sweeper prepped. Which means Flame Charge and Calm Mind on Electo. Well, is that who we want to go after first? I think it is. Simply because I'm kind of taking a risk with Acerola, because I really haven't done detailed calcs. My big thing with Acerola is that I'm kind of trusting that we can one-shot all of her Pokemon with Electo's Shadow Ball. But I haven't tested it. However, regardless, we will be running a setup moveset into both of these. The thing is, we're going to do something that is inherently risky in these battles. We are going to try to... Oh, by the way, we have now had 2 deathless victories here, and I think that calls for celebration. So, obviously we're not counting our chickens before they hatch, we're just being glad that we've made it this far, that plans have worked out, etc. And this is something I picked up at the store today. I don't know if y'all can see those bubbles. This is actually something I'm thinking about making a channel point redeem, is just to blow bubbles. Alright, and then 1 big bubble for luck. Yeah, I've considered making that a channel point redeem, just forcing me to blow bubbles, because honestly, I think that every workspace should have some bubbles there to blow. I think it's a great way to pause and let your brain refresh for a second. Okay. Where's Focus Blast? Okay, and we'll go ahead. Give Hugh the Shell Bell for some extra recovery. Because I have a feeling that'll actually pay off pretty well. Oh, and what was it that I wanted on Latenna for this fight? So what I think makes the most sense on Latenna for this fight is to go ahead and give her... Where is it? Where's that Lechi Berry? We're going to go ahead and give Latenna a Lechi Berry. And we're also going to teach her Taunt. And this is the risky strat at the start here. I am hoping that when we taunt the lead Pokemon, it does not cause them to immediately switch it out, but it probably will. If it does, we're kind of going to have to do this on the fly. Now, if it does, I'm reasonably confident in who they will switch in. But that's about it. Okay, let's check movesets real quick. Earthquake and Bulldoze are the big hitters here, because Hugh might actually have to take an offensive role in this fight. D will probably want something other than Protect, since he won't be carrying leftovers here. I'm not sure if he learns Reflect, if he can learn Reflect, but if he can, we'll go ahead and drop Protect for that. Obviously, we want Reflect on Melemele, and we'll want to replace Toxic with something, but I don't know what. Latenna is kind of the crux of this battle, or at least the crux of the lead here. I wonder, can Melemele learn Brick Break? Because I think one of the opposing Pokemon can actually learn... Yeah, one of the Pokemon can set up Reflect as well. And Bach has Fightium Z, because he should be able to come in on the Dugtrio and deal with it, especially if we give him... Especially if we bait things in right. And luckily all of our Pokemon have leveled up, so none of us have to worry about Fissure. Okay, let's check alternate moves real quick. So, how's Reflect looking? Nope, D cannot learn Reflect. What about Brick Break? Melemele can learn Brick Break. That's good. Because Toxic does nothing in this fight. Everything that we might face is immune to it. What's D's hidden power type? Anything useful? Steel. Nope. D has much better hidden power. Oh, you know what he should learn? He should learn Volt Switch. That nice slow Volt Switch out. Well, relatively slow when compared to that Dugtrio, who I will address. So we've got some extra pivoting here. The thing is, D can't really do much to this team offensively between normal and electric coverage. Which means we'll have to rely on him defensively. Where is the Shuka Berry? Okay, let's take a look here. Hugh, Shellbell, D. Shuka, Melemele Eviolite, Latenna Lechi, Bach Fightium, Electo Leftovers. I guess we should probably go ahead and teach Electo Protect. As well to maximize Leftovers recovery. Thank you for the hydrate, Lastborn. Lunch. Corn dogs. Heated up some corn dogs. I thought that was a fun idea. Okay, let's double check movesets. And then we're actually going to take a short break for everyone to go to the bathroom. By everyone, I do mean me. Yeah, so we're going to take a short break here. Just long enough to go to the bathroom, and then we'll be back. So, probably do that. Or don't. It's kind of your call. All right. We'll give people a minute to come back by doing the Roto Lottery. And then, you know, just not using the thing. Okay, this might be vaguely cheaty, but can I use those outside of battle? Hang on. Like, is that... I think that might be just, Okay, first of all, we're doing the Steel-type battle. Second of all, I am so tempted, but I'm not sure this actually works outside of battle. You know what? I'm gonna do it. It's not like I'm digging in. It's not like I'm giving myself the ability to use 2 Z moves in one battle, which is a possibility by getting max affection with. It's a possibility by getting max affection from with the Pokédex. But I'm resisting the urge to do that, even though having the ability to use Z Focus Blast twice sounds very appealing. Alright, so the reason... I should actually go into this for a sec. The reason Latenna is the crux of this fight is that as a dark type, she is immune to this thing's priority moves, in particular Thunder Wave. But I'm not sure that it realizes that. Either way, she's immune to its priority moves, and she can set up spikes, and she can taunt the thing to keep it from setting up too many layers of spikes. So obviously it got one. It is taunted now. We set up 1 layer of spikes. And this is turn 2 of 4 for this thing. 2. So this is turn 3. Obviously, it moved first. We're gonna get our 3 layers of spikes up. Then we're going to taunt it again. Okay. It should not... So we just saw that he shouldn't be choosing to switch. At least that doesn't seem to be pre-programmed. Which means we should have a fairly safe switch into Electo. That was turn 2. We set up a Calm Mind. On turn 3. And then we really don't want Electo to be paralyzed by its Thunder Wave, which it has a high chance of going for since we outspeed it. So we're just going to go for Flamethrower on the next turn. And then we're hoping Dugtrio comes in next. If it does, then we should be able to deal with it pretty reliably. Bach grew to 59. Because Dugtrio does have the strongest move into us. Yes, okay. So it should be going for either Earthquake or Sucker Punch. And now for the risky bit. We're sending Bach in because he resists Earthquake. He's not that bulky, so he will still take a good bit. Yep. And now I'm hoping that he goes for a Z move instead of Sucker Punch here. Okay. At the very least, he didn't go for Sucker Punch. He was probably going for a Z move, but this should guarantee the one-shot. Yeah, so that's the entire reason we have Bach with us, is for fast fighting coverage. Okay, here comes Bisharp. Bisharp is a little bit tricky. I believe our best choice here... Yeah, our best choice here is to switch into D and pivot out into something that can actually deal with this thing. If I recall correctly, none of his other Pokemon can actually outspeed Electo. So as long as we can get Electo in safely, we should be good. Okay, we outsped, so we're actually not going right into Electo. Instead, we're going into Hugh. Hugh can deal with this one with Earthquake. Now we did just take 2 metal sounds, which means he might decide to switch in Magnezone, even though it probably... Okay, he didn't. Now, based on his moves, he should be going for either Zen Headbutt or Hammer Arm. Either way, Melania should have no problem switching in on that and setting up a Reflect to help out Electo. I'm actually going to go through D. If he's going for Meteor Mash, first of all, the chip could be helpful. Second, I think there's a small chance that D underspeeds here. No, but either way, he should be going for Hammer Arm now, which will give us a completely free switch into Electo. Okay, now here's the risky play. Do we go for Calm Mind and then Flamethrower? Or do we go straight for Flamethrower? Because if he crits Zen Headbutt right here, we could be in trouble. I think we kill from this percent. I think the smart move is just to go for Flamethrower. Okay, yeah, popping that item before this battle might have been a little bit over the top, but at the same time, I'm just surprised that I thought of it. For the record, I am going on record here. I did nothing to, like, RNG manip or anything to get that particular item. I had kind of forgotten that it was in the pool. But even then, if I actually managed to perform RNG manip in a Pokemon game, I think that would be legal. Anyway, we're gonna go for Protect just to get some extra leftovers recovery. What's our special defense stat like again? $118, that's not that good. I think the smart move is to go into Hugh. This thing can't do much to Hugh, and Electo is more critical into the final fights. Okay. Earthquake will do it. By the way, this Magnezone is the reason I wanted spikes set up before. To make sure that its sturdy was broken. Okay, yeah, I definitely went overboard with using that item. I kinda hope that it wears off after this fight, because otherwise that would be kinda busted. Okay. Yeah, that's probably for the best. Okay, 3 out of 4. And still no deaths. We've kept everyone alive. Bubbles. Yes, that calls for Bubbles. I meant to do that after every fight where we came out deathless, but I forgot after the first one. Wow, that bubble is still sticking around. That was a long-lasting one. Jeez, it just like popped up from behind my monitor and floated up into the fan, so I'm guessing the fan was kind of keeping it airborne. Oh, but you see why I felt like that one was going to be more difficult, because most of our team was pretty beat up after that. Okay, and now for Acerola, the one that I have been most worried about because I don't actually have a plan here. Like, I do, but I'm not certain that it will work. Because my overall plan is... Okay, here, I'll walk you through it. My overall plan is to lead with Electo. Give Electo... Hang on, let's move some items around real quick. Give Electo a Ghost Resist Berry. You know what? There is one thing that might be... No, I was gonna say lead with Melemele and set up a Reflect, but that will just probably bait the Bayonet into going for Screech. So Frostlass has 180 base speed. So I've got kind of two plans here, two potential plans running in tandem, with a few possible backup plans as well. You know what, I'm just going to get them set up, and we'll see if they work, rather than my explaining all of them ahead of time. I'm mainly just trying to cover our bases here. Actually, I'm gonna want Volt Switch on him. I was thinking maybe Toxic, but I think Volt Switch makes more sense. Well, does it? Nah, Toxic makes more sense. There are a couple of Pokemon D should be able to stall out if needed. D, real quick. Yeah, I guess I can't really afford to put a different item on you, though. Which kinda sucks. Honestly, I think that might be the setup. So, main plan is to lead with Chandelure, rely on our Kasib Berry for the first turn to resist the Ghost-type move from the other Pokemon. And I did calc that out specifically, and thanks to our plus defense nature, we should be able to take it pretty handily. That'll let us get off a Flame Charge for the speed advantage on Frostlass, and then... Oh, one sec. That'll let us use Flame Charge for the speed advantage on Frostlass. And then hopefully Frostlass comes in second. If not, then we have a bit of a job in front of us. And you know what? I just realized I absolutely should put Scald onto Latena for one specific interaction that could be very scary if I don't have it. Thank you for the hydrate, Lastborn. Because Latena is our backup plan into this particular matchup. If the wrong Pokemon comes in, then we're kind of in trouble. We have a few strats to get around this. We will need Shadow Ball on Electo, and she does have Protect. Because, yeah, she will absolutely want Shadow Ball. See, if by some miracle we don't waste our berry on the first turn, at that point we actually do just... We should be completely free and clear to set up a Calm Mind and sweep the team that way. Now, let's double check what we're looking at here. See, I'm kind of depending on that 234 special attack. But I mean, there's no guarantee, really. And unfortunately, Melemele has limited utility into this matchup because apart from her lead, her entire team are special attackers, which means Melemele just straight up can't take hits. Not in a meaningful way. Not when they're all hitting super effectively with their stab moves, anyway. And Latenna has Sub-Lechi with 200 speed. And spikes. And Night Slash. Yeah, let's hope that's enough. Now, the positive here is that they seem to have a tendency to go for the smart moves. They seem to be picking the moves that will do the most damage. Which means my strategy should be fairly reliable. Yeah, I love how Nanu was requested for the Elite Four. But Acerola is here, and she is honestly so much scarier. Like, if I hadn't had to try and plan around her, planning for the Elite Four would have been so much easier. I probably should have restored PP on all of my moves. Now, we already outspeed this thing. Dang it, I was hoping for a miss. Okay, so I'm fairly certain that even a crit Shadow Claw won't kill from this range. Which means I think we just won. I don't suppose you feel like going for a second Screech, do you? Even at -2. Ooh. Okay, so a crit absolutely would have killed. And also, I can't do the strat that I was planning on because she has a priority move. So now we're hoping that she doesn't bring in Frostlass. Because that is her only Pokemon with a priority move. Okay, she brought out Palisand. Should have no trouble getting the one-shot here. But as soon as she brings out Frostlass, we have to switch because we cannot take an Ice Shard. But none of the other Pokemon can outspeed. Well, none of her Pokemon can outspeed. And yeah, okay, so now it should be Frostlass. And we are going to switch because I think an Ice Shard kills from this range. I don't know if she's guaranteed to go for it, but regardless, Latenna should be a pretty safe switch in. She went for it. Yeah, it was absolutely the right choice to switch. Okay, now we've got a very simple strat here. We use Substitute. And we start going for Scald and such. I'm hoping that she breaks our sub. Oh, she was burned. Nice. How does Aftermath work? 1/4 of its own maximum HP. So we should be safe to go for Night Slashes before it gets down to low health. And there is a very real chance that Latenna could have swept this match herself as well. But I would have had to go for sub-Lecce strats. Full on. The nice thing about this fight is something that they never quite figured out. So the main... the main purpose of this Drifblim is to set up and baton pass various boosts, such as potential Omni boosts from Ominous Wind, and boosts from defensive boosts from Stockpile. It's supposed to baton pass those to other Pokemon on the team. I think that was a crit. That wasn't a crit. You know what, we're just gonna go for another Night Slash because we shouldn't die from this range. We shouldn't die from Aftermath at this range. Especially since I think we only take 1/4 of our health, not its health. It's supposed to baton pass boosts from Stockpile, which boosts its defense, Focus Energy, which boosts its crit rate, and even potential Omni boosts from Ominous Wind. But because of how the game selects which Pokemon comes in next, which has to do with which of their Pokemon has the highest base power move into whatever you have out at the time, it just never comes in till the end, because every single Pokemon on the team has a Ghost-type move with a higher base power. So you are literally guaranteed to only see that thing at the end. In fact, you would have to try in order to... you would have to try in order to get it to come out early. You'd probably need to do something like spam roar or something. Okay, that is a really good way to finish that one up. Let's go ahead, get our Oran Berries out, heal up. Get our Lepa Berries out, make sure everyone's PP is at full. Yeah, in hindsight, I probably should have gone for a setup with Latenna instead. Gone nuts with Substitute and Lechy Berry boosts. With that in mind, we are going to be leading Latenna once again the next round. And this time around, I don't actually think we even need spikes. I think we might drop that for something else, because we'll want a couple of decent moves. So yeah, let's talk movesets for our team. First of all, we're going to put Scald on Hugh. In place of probably Toxic. Though we might actually wind up dropping Stealth Rock for Toxic. I don't think Shadow Ball is very good into the next one. I think we'll probably want Flamethrower and maybe Psychic? Wait, no, I don't think we need Psychic. Maybe Will-O-Wisp, actually. So we've only got one fight left. And it is a bit of a tricky one. Luckily, I think we should be able to pull off some setup strats. Anyway. The thing is, I think Electo will be carrying our leftovers again, so we'll probably just want Protect. For the moment, we're going to stick Acrobatics on Latenna, because there is a chance that that winds up being a really good move to have. And I don't think we'll have demand for too many others. If we wind up going for any sort of sweep with Latenna, we're going to want a strong, broadly neutral move for a couple of the Pokemon that we encounter. We're gonna go ahead and give Phydium Z back to Bach. Also going to have Bach learn Dragon Claw, funnily enough. So we don't really need Night Slash at this point. And Dragon Claw might just possibly come in handy for one specific scenario. Sadly, we have nothing that can learn Explosion, because that is a very useful emergency button. Facade, False Swipe. Gonna go ahead and drop Shadow Ball for Flamethrower. It's a better option into this one. Focus Blast on Bach. Over Protect. I feel like there's a chance we might actually want Euroball on Melania. So, folks, I should give fair warning here. If we have to decide in this fight between letting someone go down to get a safe switch and hard switching to try and keep everyone alive, I am going to go with the former. We're not deathless in this run, and honestly, I don't think I don't think it's worth the risk. Now, here's another important thing. We absolutely want Ice Beam on Latenna. And yeah, I don't know if we'll have a good time to set up spikes. Because the thing is, we want acrobatics for a very specific scenario. We want Night Slash for general damage. Do we want Night Slash for general damage? A couple of the Pokemon on this team are gonna resist it. Oh yes, we want Night Slash for general damage because we need it for the first Pokemon. Yeah, we're dropping spikes now. We just wanted that for the Seal type Elite Four. We could put Psychic on Latenna, but I really don't think it's the best move to go for. It gives us a strong move into one of them, but I really don't think it's justified. Yeah, I don't think we'll have a great time to set up Stealth Rock in this fight. I think I'd rather have Toxic on a couple extra Pokemon. And Shadow Claw is not great coverage into this. In fact, I don't even think there's a good reason to have Euro Ball. It could come in handy, but I doubt that there'll be a time when it actually does more than Sacred Sword by a meaningful amount. Yeah, I think those are the ones that we can afford to have it on. Sadly, I don't know if we can afford to use U-Turn on Latenna for passive chip. Venoshock. Switch. See, I'm very much considering Volt Switch over Toxic on D. Or Wild Charge over Toxic. No, I don't think it's the right call. I think these are our moves. I think we've got what we're going to use. Thanks for letting me stand there, Acerola. Alright, let's figure out items. I think we're going to want leftovers back on Electo again. I've already got Phytium Z on Bach, Lechi on Latenna. Air Balloon on D is useful for one particular thing. Which leaves Hugh in kind of an awkward spot. What makes the most sense to me is probably Citrus Berry. For getting back some immediate health. But Shell Bell could also be useful. I just don't know that Hugh will be doing enough damage to justify it. I think Citrus Berry makes more sense for this match. The only reason I was looking at Shell Bell for the Steel match was in case we were earthquaking or bulldozing into the into the Magnezone with its sturdy intact, which would have been tricky. Also, I appreciate that D is in fact our highest level Pokemon, considering he was one of our two starters. We lost the other starters so long ago, but D has been an absolute powerhouse for such a key Pokemon for so much of the run. I'm really glad to see that we've managed to keep him around, and I hope he survives this. Because I don't have a turn-by-turn plan for this, outside of just specific things that I've tried to prep for. For example, Latenna is just barely faster than How's Noivern, which is why Latenna is carrying Ice Beam. And a few of our Pokemon are just barely faster than... let's see. Sceptile is significantly faster than Tauros, which is part of the reason we have Sceptile. It was basically the only Pokemon I could find that was guaranteed to outspeed and one-shot the Tauros. I probably maybe could have done something similar with Latenna with Phytium Z Low Kick, but that would have depended on breaking through Tauros's Intimidate. Chandelure, I believe, is faster than Noivern at +1 speed. Yeah, by a single point. So yeah, Electo had to be at level 60 in order to outspeed Noivern at +1. But I think this is it. I'll double check their movesets one more time just to be on the safe side. We got Night Slash and Ice Beam, Sublechi, and potential acrobatics for the later part of the match. That Thunder Wave is to give something else a chance to deal with Tauros if D has to be brought in to try and stop it. Reflect, Toxic, Sacred Sword, and Iron Head. All good stuff there. Toxic, counter for the Tauros, or potentially the Incineroar. Earthquake and Scald for general damage. Phydium Z Focus Blast for Tauros, and if we get lucky, maybe for the Incineroar. I'm sorry, Bach, but you probably aren't surviving this match. I'm just gonna be honest with you there. Protect, Calm Mind for extra leftover. Calm Mind, Protect for extra leftovers recovery. Flame Charge to outspeed the Noivern. Flamethrower to hit most of the team, excepting the Noivern for super effective damage. So Electo is only a decent counter into the Noivern if she can get off several Calm Minds to the point where I think that she can easily take Dark Pulse and or one-shot despite Flamethrower being resisted. Let's go for it, guys. Oh, real quick, I want to check something. Is there a hotkey for screenshot? Control P. That's very nice. Sorry, I wanted to check and make sure I had the right key for freezing the game. If we win, I'd like to get a couple of decent screenshots to potentially have a real thumbnail for this. Let's do it, guys. Oh, and we're standing for this fight. Win or lose, we'll be standing tall. I am reasonably tall. I'm 6'1". Which I feel is the... I think last I checked, the minimum requirement for being considered tall is 6 foot, so I'm above the minimum requirement. Of course, that standard keeps going up. I think it might have actually bumped up to 6'3". Oh, you know what? One last thing. Bubbles for luck. Time for the bubbles to bless the match. Okay, we got that bubble luck now. I'm sorry, I unironically consider bubbles to be a great thing to have in a workspace. champion. Nope, it's not you. I already have a challenger. Hal fought his way through the Elite Four. He wants to have a serious battle and try to win against us. I kind of wish I had taken off the sunglasses. Okay, first thing, and this is one of the few detailed calcs I did, I have been able to figure out that Latenna can one-shot with Night Slash here, except now that I'm thinking about it, I don't quite recall if that was at +1 or regular. Let's see, how's Raichu? Latenna. Level 60. Night Slash, even without the +1, is a guaranteed one-shot. That's what I thought. Had to double check, because I needed to know if I needed to work my way down to my Lechi Berry. It's about the only detailed calc I did for whether I one-shot in this match. Everything else was just checking speeds and such. Oh, Electo got to level 61. That's nice. And this is exactly what I expected him to do. So he should be going for Leaf Blade. And I'm hoping that since we resist his moves after this, he'll start going for some Charm. Okay, we get the Reflect set up, and that gives us a safer switch, an extremely safe switch into Electo, who resists its stab, and is immune to its only coverage. And rather than going for Flame Charge, because the only thing that we don't already outspeed... Actually, Tauros we don't already outspeed. Either way, I think it makes more sense to start buffing with Calm Mind. And he might occasionally go for... Charm or Baby Doll Eyes at random. Of course, he got the crit. Okay, our special attack is doubled. Gonna Flame Charge on this turn. So I believe this is our last turn of Reflect, which means next turn we're just going to want to Protect. The funny thing is, I'm pretty sure that he will just bring in Incineroar next. Nope, he brought in Tauros. Maybe he's coded to leave his Incineroar until last. That would be ideal here. If he's coded to leave Incineroar until last, then we have a pretty decent chance to outmaneuver him. But if he brings in Incineroar next, well, at least we will have dealt with Tauros completely safely. Hugh hit level 61. Nope, he seems to be coded to bring Incineroar out last, which... oh, that's so helpful, because that means we can deal with the Crabominable without worrying about getting Electo back in. Now, as far as his Noivern... oh, what the heck? Why did it take you so long to bring in Incineroar? And why Incineroar when Noivern also has coverage? So we'll protect just to make sure that he is in fact going for Darkest Lariat. Now this is not an easy thing to deal with because, well... Darkest Lariat hits most of our team for neutral or super effective damage. I think the smart move here is to go into D, who can definitely take... no, Incineroar is garbage. I mean, I realize that it is one of the best competitive Pokemon of all time, but from a design standpoint, Incineroar is trash. Oh, I've gone blurry, have I? Thank you. I think the move here is to go into D, use that to bait Inferno Overdrive, and then go back into Electo. We do unfortunately get our air balloon popped pretty much needlessly, but he should go for his Fire-type Z move now. Yep, there we go. I love how anticlimactic that was. Anyway. I think we're gonna keep it simple. If Bach can survive a single Darkest Lariat, then we can bring this to a quick end. I'm gonna trust that Bach lives this. If it's a crit, he won't, but if it's not, I think he lives. 1. Oh, go Bach! Now, Hal, let me show you how you do a Z move. Technically, we still have one more Pokemon to deal with. But thankfully... Latenna can do that job herself. I think our entire team is going to be level 61 at the end of this. Okay. It's all you, Lieutenant. Bring it home. She survives one hit, which is all we needed. We can't actually sub down to Lychee Berry at this point, because that Noivern has Infiltrator, which is part of what I had to check. Part of why we needed Lieutenant to outspeed it directly, because we couldn't afford to, like, sub Salic or anything. Guys, that's the match. And that right there is the run. And I've gone blurry again. Yes. Melina, the first ever champion of Alola. Latenna, Electo, Melania, Hugh, Bach, and D, our surviving starter. Okay, I'm actually going to let this go around an extra time because it doesn't seem to be a consistent circle. I think they're each at 90 degrees, which means they rotate by 180 every time we go around. Their positions do. And I want the screenshot to include D since he was kind of the MVP of the run. Okay, so we can just control P, but I'm actually going to just get a snip of this. Wait, what? Why is it backing up that much? Hang on. There we go. The thing is, even though we made it through Deathless and we're pretty in control of every match, I still stand by what I said on Tuesday. I was not ready at the time. We would have spent like the entire night planning, and we probably wouldn't have come to the same conclusions, and might have gone for something riskier. Now, one thing to be aware of is that I think we actually have one more battle in the run. I think it forces us to go and fight Tapu Koko. Even though we have technically already finished, I do tend to include these fights. But let's take a minute and enjoy the credits. Oh, and I have gone blurry again. There's a small part of me that wants to continue into the post-game just to get the island scan Pokemon that we didn't the first time, that we didn't have access to prior to then, but at the same time, I've kind of got other plans right now. I'm trying to decide between a challenge run in the Paper Mario and the Thousand Year Door remake, which I am so very excited for, or trying to get a character prepped for the, for when the Elden Ring DLC drops in 3 months, because when that happens, I'll be busting out a new character. At the same time, I could always do that on my own time. Alternatively, I could always save the Thousand Year Door run until later. And apparently Team Skull is getting disbanded. For reasons. I think it's implied that it's because they respect us, that because Gladion respects me now or something. Fun fact, when you're champion in this game, you can actually rematch the Elite Four a few times. You can actually rematch the Elite Four over and over again if you want. But since you are the champion, you're not there isn't a sitting champion that you're challenging. They randomly determine who is going to be your challenger from a list of like 10 people or something. I'm actually trying to remember. So in this game, the people who can challenge you after you become champion are Gladion, Guzma, Hapu, Hau, Kukui, Lusamine, Plumeria, the girl boss from Team Skull, Ryuki, who is kind of the dragon expert of Alola, Sophocles, and some random youngster named Tristan. Honestly, Tristan is the crazy one, because, like, why is this random youngster considering challenging you? For the record, in Sun and Moon, Faba can challenge you, as can Molayne, but Lusamine and Guzma can't. Yeah, so in each game there are 10 opponents who can challenge you. And it does add an interesting twist in potential rematches, since you can hypothetically not know which trainer is going to be challenging you. So most of them have a specialty, but not all of them. Like Sophocles is electric types, Ryuki is dragon, Plumeria is poison, but then Tristan just kind of has a balanced team with a fire, water, grass core. Lusamine has whatever random crap she decided to throw together. Kukui has a team based on which starter you chose, but is fairly balanced and fairly annoying. Hao shows up with the same team as he did this time. Hapu is obviously a ground expert. Guzma is a bug expert. Gladion has a balanced team, which comes with a Kanto starter for some reason. Just why? I still find Tristan to be the most confusing of these, though. Why is just some random youngster showing up? Look at this. Everybody is so fired up. Oh, and there's our mom. She hasn't really been present for most of this, but, you know, let's have it. There's Alima. He also really hasn't been present. Also, her eyes are kind of freaky. Why don't we get to see the Pokemon? Like, I wish it just straight up summoned them on the stage and had all of them glitching together if they were too big or something. Oh, and we're back to more credits. I'm still not sure if it's going to force us to fight Tapu Koko. But regardless, I am going to keep closing tabs related to this since I don't have to keep track of any of this stuff anymore. That is one of the most satisfying things about finishing a challenge run, especially in Nuzlocke, is when you can close all of the tabs that you were using to keep track of stuff that you needed to look up. Oh, blurry again. I feel like not having the chair behind me tends to throw off the camera's tracking a bit. That's probably why it loses autofocus. I just realized I was looking at the wrong thing here. I want to see if I've got any dancing emotes here. Fair is fair. This is some good end credits music. For the record, these are the emotes that I've got linked in. If you type !emotes in chat, it just gives a link to 7TV. It's a browser extension. I've got some emotes uploaded for y'all to use. Oh, hang on. This is a recent one. I quite like this. If they aren't showing up for you in Twitch chat, first of all, it's because you don't have the browser extension. Second of all, you can see them right above my head here. Maybe I should give more space for chat there. It's all very squished. But at the same time, this thing kind of regulates itself unless I can figure out a way to adjust the size of it. Adjust the size of the screen, the secondary screen. But even then, the secondary screen doesn't really need to be bigger, if I'm honest with y'all. I guess it could be. Okay, that's the end. A single frame where it shows the game again. Alright, let's round it off by saying goodbye to everyone in the box and paying our respects to those who didn't make it. Yes, meow, very much so. So I think we are going to be forced to participate in some brief teasers for the post-game. Yep, there's Soliera. We're going to find out about the Ultra Beasts showing up. And then we are never going to continue because, well, it's a Nuzlocke and it's over. And I'm far too lazy to do the post-game. However, after all that, we were finally able to finish the run. We have so many friends that managed to stick it out to the end. We got Margit the Blastoise, who kind of didn't see as much use later in the game once we got access to Hugh. Once Hugh was fully evolved and we had access to Godric. And of course, we spent so much of the game with Alex. Hayata never really got as much use simply because she didn't have a great matchup into the Elite Four. She was just kind of outweighed by... Her benefits were kind of outweighed by the benefits of Electo, who could set up a little bit easier thanks to her ghost typing. We got Shabriri here, who was a very reliable fighting type for the entire main game. He was so helpful. Roderica, who carried so much of the early game by just being our bulky grass type that could just sit there and stall Pokemon to death with Leech Seed and Toxic. Edgar, I really wish we could have justified bringing into the Elite Four. Unfortunately, the main target for a fighting type, we needed something faster, but he was still very helpful in some of the late game stuff. Zorias, I don't think we ever used. Grail, you're a disappointment to me for how late you evolve. I shouldn't say that, but I mean, come on. I could level it up to the level of my highest Pokemon. It still wouldn't be fully evolved. Well, give me a sec before I show Turg. We're doing a bit of a showcase here already. We got Radagon here, who, again, frustrated me a bit because, well, minus attack nature and he needed to be a physical attacker for most of the game. Godric, once we got Godric, he was just such an incredibly stable defensive Pokemon. Like, he could just take so much damage. I'm not a fan of Empoleon's design, but I can respect its typing and stats. Rena, despite being on my team mainly for the express purpose of being there to die if we needed someone to die, you actually made it, so respect. Alex carried so much of the early game, mid game, and late game, come to think of it, since he was one of our very first fully evolved Pokemon. We just needed a fully evolved water type for so much, and he was there. Padilla, again, never got used, sadly. Pretty much the same story as Electo. Great stats for what he is, but I couldn't really use him in the portion of the game that I needed to because, well, we just had a better psychic type option. Elmer, whose name I misspelled and never corrected because Elmer is still a fun name. Very useful into the early game. Obviously, there was a lot of competition for fire types, but did good work. I got nothing bad to say about you. Enya, again, I don't think we ever used you, but wait, we did. You were the one who tricked away my only choice specs. That wasn't your fault, though, so I won't hold that against you. That was on me. Muriel, so good, so good. I was seriously considering using Muriel instead of Hugh into the Elite Four. I think I made the right choice in the end, but Muriel would have also done an amazing job. Agil, oh, you were a flying type a couple of times when we needed a flying type. That's about it. I would have preferred to have kept one of our other flying types alive, to be honest, because, well, you're also a fire type, and we have about 1 million of those. Ronnie, I really wish that dragon types fared better into this game. I really wanted to take you to the Elite Four. Sadly, it was not meant to be. We had too much. We already had 2 water types coming along. But thank you for being here, and for being a solid switch into water and fire moves. Dialos, you hit like a truck, bro. Trisha, you were not as bad as I expected you to be, given I couldn't fully evolve you. Borealis, you weren't as good as I expected you to be, given you couldn't take the hits that you would have needed to be essential into the Elite Four. But you were still an amazing Pokemon. It's just things didn't work out for you. Rykard, the early game carry. So much so, above and beyond everyone else. Just look at that defense. Steel type, massive defense, trivialized so many fights, evolved early. Oh, so good. We got Millie here, who I'm kind of surprised lived through all of that and then didn't go to the Elite Four, because it would have been real nice to have agility passing, but she couldn't set up on any of their starters, any of their lead Pokemon, so yeah. She wound up not fitting. And here we have Selen, who carried a lot of the run. Just did so much damage, great coverage. It was nice having an offensive fairy type when Alex was kind of forced to be mainly defensive. And of course we have the Fallen. Tanith, Miranda, Renala, St. Trina, our starter. You 4 fell to the Totem Aquanid fight, and that was my own fault because I did not go into that prepared. But we thank you so much for your sacrifice. We got Marika, who died because I was stupid and got into a fight when I shouldn't have. I would have absolutely loved to keep you around for the entire run. You would have been on the Elite Four team. Like, I can just say that. No hesitation. You would have been one of our Elite Four Pokemon. Nefeli, screw you for having rivalry. I was glad that you died. Ordovis, yeah, again, I am sorry for getting you killed because we really needed normal types into the Elite Four. Obviously, I would have preferred to have had Marika, but you would have been nice too. Horaloo, thank you for your brave sacrifice into the Totem Mimikyu fight. You were absolutely clutch there. I could not have done that nearly as well without you. Fia, honestly, it was kind of my fault for using Golden and for using Big Nugget Fling instead of going and getting an Iron Ball, but gosh dang it, why did you have such a terrible move and moveset? Plassie, again, that was my own fault. But gosh dang it, why did you have to have rivalry? Jarbairn, I would have killed to keep you around because you actually would have dealt with multiple issues in the Elite Four planning. I would have actually been able to bring a fighting type that was bulky enough to deal with Tauros. And Gold Mask, thank you for your sacrifice into the Totem Rabombi fight, because we weren't all making it out of that one. But you put in good work to make sure that you were the only one who went down. And honorable mention to the two Pokemon we got early on before we had any island scan encounters, and the random shiny Noibat that we caught but couldn't use because it wasn't an island scan encounter. Okay, now I'll show Turg. Sorry for the pop. Sorry for the delay. Oh my gosh, look at Joel, and Joeler up there, just doing their spinny thing. We got Turg. Turg is here to celebrate the end of the run with us. Look at the little dude. In the end, I'd say we have to give the MVP of the whole thing to D. He carried so much of this run. Especially in the late game. And especially when we needed a special defensive steel type before getting Godric. And even after that, he was running around under-evolved because he was so critical to our defenses. And then in the end, he finally got to come out and shine by sweeping 2 of the Elite Four. Like, just mad respect to this absolute unit. That is going to be it. We did all that with only Island Scan Pokemon, and I don't know what the stream is going to be tomorrow. Late. I know the stream tomorrow is going to be late because I have stuff going on around the time I usually start on Saturday. So it'll be a bit late in the afternoon. But we'll figure that out. You know what? We'll burn that bridge when we cross it, okay? In the meantime, thanks everyone for being here. Hope you enjoyed the run. We'll be doing something different next time. Appreciate y'all. I hope to see you next time. Later, folks. Bye, 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 bye.